Good morning, welcome here in today's event. Sorry for the small technical problems. So once more, sorry for small technical issues. We would like to welcome you in today's event called Market Access Day Czech Republic. My name is Natalia Ondráčková, and together with my colleague Pavlina Show, we will be the moderators of this event. So we are dealing with the issues of the access to the third countries market in the Department of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. So that's why we are happy that we can share the information today with you. Speak about the access markets portal and about some tools produced by the European Commission. Let me welcome on behalf of European Commission Mr. Denis, Director General for Trade and Chief Trade Enforcement Officer. And also let me welcome Timo Hamar, who is the expert of the General Direction for Trade. And on behalf of the Ministry, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, I would like to welcome here Mr. David Miller, the of the section in the Ministry of Industry and Trade. So let me remind you what will be the agenda of today's. We will start with the introductory word by Mr. Miller and Mr. Then we will look at the system access to markets or such instruments as the autonomous tariff suspensions and quotas, trade agreement, or general customs preferences. So we will today deal with issues of Japan and Vietnam, and we will also have a chance to share of companies dealing in those. Before giving the floor to Miller, let me to recall a few technical events. So all the will be into Czech language. So if you need you can take them outside of this room. This streamed at YouTube, so colleagues could not reach today here. They connect to this event to the Digitrade account. The record of this event will be also placed on the website of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. In the frame of each block, there is the space for questions and answers. So if you just raise your hand, and our colleagues will give you the microphone. When you will speak, please don't forget to introduce your company. So I believe that now we'll start with the agenda. Let me give the floor to Mr. Miller. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to welcome you to the premises of the Industry and Trade, and I am pleased to welcome distinguished guests of the European Commission, namely Mr. Denis, Deputy Director for Trade and Chief Trade Officer, and his team. Denis. I also would like to convey the regards from Mr. Kela, the minister, who can't take place here because he has the government meeting outside of Prague. But the topic of elimination of trade barriers and enhancement of the access of the Czech company to the third markets is the topic he pays attention to. And we the chance to discuss topics with him several times. He also understands that when creating conditions for the Czech companies in the third country markets should do. We live in a time which is complicated and difficult. I don't want that it's more complicated than before, but sure it has been turned worse in the recent time. At the same time, we are in a time when globalization, interconnectedness of world markets are inevitable. At the same time, we see the attempts of fragmentation. Foreign trade is an of economic growth, helping countries increase productivity, innovate, to create quality jobs. We, the Republic, looking at the size of our economy, we believe that free trade and removal of barriers are keys to us. As a small, open, and strong pro-export economy. So in fact, we have no other chance than to focus on free trade, on removal of trade barriers. At the same time, we follow current international events, military aggression in Ukraine, COVID, and energy crisis in Europe show that the diversification of supply chains and trade opportunities seems to be one of the solutions. So today, not only supply chains and trade opportunities, all to reduce the dependence on limited numbers of resources and to establish partnerships or deepen ties with partners. We perceive it as absolutely essential. At the same time, now that the world is full of barriers, trade barriers, and we perceive the Czech companies face many trade barriers, free trade, and the full business activities of our dam. It's one of long-term topics for the Czech Republic, and not only the Czech Republic, and that's why we strive to eliminate barriers as much as possible and to create a transparent and predictable environment that will be beneficial to entities. At the same time, the aim is to raise awareness of the opportunities that are available to Czech business to operate in foreign markets. As part of the first agenda of agenda event, the representatives of European Commission presented the access to market portal, which acts as a single source of information on custom duties, barriers, and many other necessary and useful to know with third countries. To work in Canada for a certain period and are responsible for assistance to the Czech companies. Well, Canada will be the subject of this event, but I say that I perceive and other representatives also that The free trade agreements are providing the great opportunities and using this potential. I was faced with the questions which I considered to be the information as customs, tariffs, and trade barriers. The free trade agreement offer great comparative advantages and benefits, and the matter is that we know them and we should work with them. So you, Czech Republic, should be able to use them. This is the reason why we are meeting today. The business policy has a lot of tools which provide the Czech companies with the possibility of easier functioning in the foreign markets. Of course, free trade agreements are a key element because they remove customs and not tariff barriers. They facilitate trade in services. They ensure a high level of protection for intellectual property rights and are strengthening cooperation in a wide range of other areas. Nevertheless, these agreements as the framework, and the Czech companies should know this work, should know how to work with it, and should know how to use it. And these are the segments where we see the great potential on our side in respect of increasing the awareness and in sharing the sources of information and data, as well as on the side of the Czech companies. And I believe we can say it openly among the small and middle-sized companies, because the large companies usually have enough resources to get this information. That's why we consider it important to present the benefits of the free trade agreement in more detail during this seminar. Of course, this is not the only topic which we will cover. At the same time, you probably know that the Ministry of Industry and Trade is preparing, producing the new export strategy. And this is the new way how to get the information to our companies. Well, although we have good conditions in the third market, we have a lot of tools, and we have a lot of people working abroad in Czech trade or in the Czech embassies or Czech Invest. If the Czech companies do not know all that, it's useless. So this is one of the topics we will focus on in the future.
In conclusion, a few short remarks concerning the current international situation. The trends are quite clear. In principle, the situation in Europe is very good. It is a very rich and successful region, but still it is not a region where most of the global economic growth will take place. Inevitably, a greater role will be played by non-European countries, mainly the countries of the Indo-Pacific region, not only in export, import, or supply chains, but also in technological cooperation or the development of partnership in the area of raw materials. For us, as an economy which is medium-sized and which is open, it is key to be connected with these key markets to the maximum extent possible. And what is also key is that in relation to these countries, we create the conditions which will be as favorable as possible to build good relationships. One of the key regions is the Indo-Pacific region, which is difficult to tackle somehow because it represents 1/2 of the global population and most of the global economic growth, at least in the near future. Therefore, this region is one of the key topics of today's meeting. And my colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Trade will present current information concerning the framework for trading with two countries of this region, Japan and Vietnam. These two countries are European Union's partners having a trade agreement with European Union, so there are benefits which we should make use of. Also, there will be a space to discuss the opportunities, but also difficulties which may encounter when dealing with these countries. You all are active in foreign trade, and as you know, creating a favorable framework is one aspect, but on the other hand, there are also the obligations which arise from such framework, and this is a different aspect. So from this point of view, it is key to us that you share information with us concerning the issues you are, because we can fix these issues by bilateral negotiation, cooperation with the EU. But we must know of the issues. If we don't know of them, we cannot assist you in resolving them. I am glad that you have made time to attend this meeting. I believe will be beneficial to you, that you will take away useful information, and also you will gain a conviction, a belief that you will need that when you need some more information or more detailed information or information on other countries or difficulties, you will not hesitate to contact us to get such information. So I believe, so that's all on my side for now. I would like to thank all of you. I would like to thank to Mr. Denis Redonnet. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much for you to have organized this event today in partnership with us, and for hosting us in your beautiful and impressive premises indeed. It's actually very impressive. It's so impressive you don't see it because you're looking at me, but I'm looking at a gigantic picture behind you, which really captures my attention. But I will switch my attention to you in the audience now. This is the first time we do this Market Access Day here in the Czech Republic. We have done this in a number of other member states, and I'm very, very happy that we are able to do this here. Why do we do, from the Commission point of view, these kinds of events, which we co-organize with the member states' authorities? Well, to put it simply, it is because we want to make sure in Brussels, in the European Commission, that the EU trade policy, which has been vested to the EU level, is actually taken forward, implemented in a way which benefits properly all member states and all economic stakeholders involved, big or small, big and small member states, big and small economic operators, and that we do not have a trade policy which is only at the service of very large internationalized companies, sometimes located in the bigger member states. And for this, it's therefore very important for us to be able to obtain information and reach deeper into the economic fabric in all of the 27 member states of the European Union, and we can only do this, of course, in partnership with the national authorities who are much closer to the exporting community, in particular in the country. The reason why we're doing and we're putting this focus on these market access considerations is also because we have, since the beginning of the von der Leyen Commission, put much more emphasis not just on negotiating trade agreement, but on making sure that when we negotiate a trade treaty, it is actually properly implemented and put into operation. You would think that this is actually normal and a basic requirement, but it requires effort, because if we do not do this, then a trade treaty at the end of the day is a piece of paper between two countries, and it doesn't by itself generate the benefits that it can benefit. So it requires action and partnership between the public authorities at EU level, at a national level, and with the economic stakeholders concerned directly. So we have to create these connections, and from a more political point of view, it's very clear also at EU level that it is only if we do this that we will ensure a continued acceptability of a policy of open markets with rules, which is the basic stance of the European Union when it comes to international trade. So what we want to do in the context of this meeting today is to give you stakeholders, economic operators, an overview of some of the tools that we have been developing around this question of effective implementation of our trade agreements, in particular an instrument called the Access to Markets Platform, which my colleagues will give a presentation of, in order to make sure that we also develop at EU level, together with the national authorities, instruments that support the internationalization of firms, including the smaller firms, not just inside the internal market, but also in third country markets, including when this is a complex, long-haul exports in markets and jurisdictions that can be difficult to access and where indeed
kde ten přístup je těžký a kde ekonomické subjekty Evropské unie čelí bariérám. V prostředí, které upřímně my věříme, že dnes tedy to prostředí je složitější a náročnější než dříve, a to i v tom vlastně, jak uskutečňujeme mezinárodní
economic and strategic challenges arising from Russia's war against Ukraine, with impacts on the economy, on energy, on supply chain disruptions. We have an environment which is marked by growing global tensions, not least between the US and China, with ripple effects for our international economic relations. We have tensions over the question of government role in the economy and subsidies. And there is, generally speaking, a trend towards, I think, increased protectionism, and even in some cases the weaponization of trade and investment links by some jurisdictions. And all this in an environment where the global trade rule book, so the basic rules underpinned by the World Trade Organization, are somewhat being challenged at the moment. So in the face of this, when it comes to the EU trade policy, the response is not to become more inward-looking or more protectionist. It's actually to continue to sustain a policy which is based on openness, on sustainability, and which is capable of being assertive vis-à-vis our third country partners when we need to be. And I think that echoes what you were saying earlier and what frankly, the Czech Republic is championing inside the EU in terms of how you want to see the EU's trade policy going forward. So what does that mean in practice? That means that we've got to make a good use and the maximum use of the 42 preferential trade agreements that we have in place. We have the biggest network of trade agreements of any big jurisdiction in the world. 42 free trade agreements in place with 74 countries in total. You mentioned some of the very big agreements that are in force, Japan, Vietnam, Canada. There are more in the pipeline for ratification. New Zealand, modernization of our agreements with Chile, with Mexico, the finalization of negotiations with the Mercosur bloc, and some which are still under negotiation with Australia, with Indonesia, and with India. So it's a vast network and a fairly ambitious program of continuous negotiation of trade agreements. In addition to trade agreements, we need to do more than that and not just trade treaties. We have mechanisms to engage with very large jurisdictions, for example, the United States, under the so-called Trade and Technology Council. And generally speaking, we need to complement free trade agreements with a whole effort at the EU level of engaging in international regulatory cooperation, because by doing this, we are also shaping the way other countries are developing their regulatory frameworks in a way which is closest to ours, and therefore enables our economic operators to benefit from that shaping factor. Third thing is we need to preserve the rules-based system as much as we can. That's why we're taking initiatives in the World Trade Organization to shore it up, to make sure it doesn't get chipped away. And where necessary, we're developing autonomous instruments to level the playing field where, frankly, there are gaps, where the level playing field is not ensured, and therefore we have to take autonomous measures to simply to level up, whether it is on trade defense or whether it is in areas such as international procurement, for example, where we So it's already half or close to half of our international trade, so it is significant. It represents, the trade agreements, more than 1 trillion euros worth of EU exports annually. Now, what is important with the trade agreements is that they do work. They provide a certain preferential premium in the sense that when we have a trade agreement in place, we see a stronger growth of our trade with those FTA partners than with the non-FTA partners. We have seen this over the last few years consistently. So there is a kind of an FTA or preferential oomph associated with having an agreement in place, and the idea is to maximize that, premium. Now, obviously, when it comes to these extra EU agreements, of course, in an economy like the Czech Republic, a lot of the exports are intra-EU. A very large part of the export and the imports are intra-EU, which is the case for all member states, particularly high here, but it also means that there is scope for extra EU internationalization, for internationalizing beyond the borders of the internal market, and therefore for the EU trade agreements to support this effort. You also mentioned that the trade agreements are important for Czech economic operators because through the European regional supply chains, you are actually benefiting from trade agreements as well via the exports, direct exports from other EU member states. Now, when the exporting Czech exporters are exporting to third countries outside of the internal market, what we find is that you are overall making a relatively good use of the trade agreements that are in place. If we look at the rate of utilization of the trade agreements, the utilization of the preferences under the trade agreements, the preference utilization rate for Czech exports under trade agreements is 80%, which is good, which is above actually the average for the EU. Now, of course, that depends on particular exports to particular countries under particular agreements in particular sectors. And you have to look at the details of that, and there is always more to do. The trade agreements means that the Czech exporters have saved duties last year to the tune of about 650, 700 million euros worth of duty savings. It's not nothing, but it also means that there are still tariffs that are being paid, which don't need to be paid if the agreements were completely used. And what we want to do is try to make sure that when we have a trade agreement in place, it is used to the maximum in order to make sure that the agreement maximizes the potential for stimulating trade, and also the agreements support the competitiveness of, in this case, Czech exporters in those markets. In order to do this, it's clear to us that we've got to make sure that we have a system in place, we have systems in place, EU level, with the national authorities, to provide the right level of information about these trade agreements. Especially for SMEs, because as you were saying before, the access to information about how a trade agreement works is probably represents a certain cost for a large company, but for a small company it might even be simply a barrier to even export altogether, because simply it's going to be too complicated to navigate this issue of, can I benefit from a trade agreement? What does it give me? Do I have access to the preferences, etc.? That's important because in terms of extra EU exports, you see, I'm looking at the figures for the Czech Republic, the SMEs represent still a fairly limited share of the value of extra EU exports, about 25%, I think, which is actually not very high. So again, there is margin here, and it's that margin that we're trying to tap into and support. For that, we have developed at EU level, at the Commission level, the Access to Markets platform. Now, that platform is a free, multilingual, one-stop shop for all importers and exporters for access to information about how to operate in those markets where we have those trade agreements. It includes information about all the conditions for exporting to third country markets, import duties, licensing requirements, technical rules and regulations. It also contains a module, which will be demonstrated later, which is about how can I benefit, how can my exports benefit from the preferential rules of origin. Rules of origin, the origin requirement being, of course, the most complicated elements, usually, in the trade agreements and their operation. We have created a module, a tool, which is called the Rules of Origin Self-Assessment Tool, which is like if you want a sort of rules of origin calculator. You know what your product is, you know which country you want to export under with a trade agreement. It will tell you what kind of origin you need to prove in order to benefit from the trade agreement. That exists nowhere else, this kind of tool, apart from Access to Markets. We hope, we think that it is something that can lift one of the main complexities in terms of understanding the trade agreements, which is the rules of origin. Now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to improve, to expand this access to market platform by adding tools beyond trade in goods to cover procurement, to cover services. You find in there details of the measures taken regarding Russia in the context of the sanctions. We want to deepen, enrich the platform. We need to make sure we promote the platform as well. And this is why we have events such as these ones. We're doing things to try to promote the platform. We're holding dedicated training sessions on the use of the platform. We have trained so far about 9,000 stakeholders on the use of access to markets. Yesterday we had the latest installment of the Access to Markets training seminar online, which by the way is multilingual, so you actually can look at these trainings on a regular basis, see how the tool, how the platform works in your own language. We've had about 5 million visitors to the Access to Market platform since we've put it up, but there is always scope for doing more. And we want to make sure that this platform is known and accessible to all. We have Czech stakeholders that are already active users of access to markets. We measure this with the IP address. We've had 53,000 individual visits from here, and the number of visitors from the Czech Republic or based in the Czech Republic is increasing constantly. So that is good. The Czech users rank number 17 in the EU member states. So again, there is scope, and we want to work with you, with the government, to reach out and to outreach the tool as much as possible. Now, information is one thing, but as you said, you also need to deal with the question of facing barriers when you are trying to get into the third country markets. Now, on the question of market access work and market access barriers and how we would want to support, in this case, Czech exporters faced with barriers abroad in the countries in particular where we have trade agreements in place. This requires cooperation between the European Commission, the member states, and between the stakeholders directly who need to bring the information, as you said quite rightly, to the attention of the public authorities in order for the public authorities to act meaningfully. For this, we are working both at EU level in the EU structures, but also in the countries themselves. It's very important that we connect the national embassies of the member states with the EU delegations that we have in third countries. We have a network of EU embassies, if you want, or delegations in third countries where we have 200 plus economic and trade counselors in those delegations. We need to maximize the use of that network in support of exporting firms that are finding difficulties or experiencing difficulties and barriers in third countries. For this, we have if you want, a continuum of instruments that we can use in support of solving these market access problems abroad. First of all, by using, say, classical diplomatic channels, high-level or technical dialogues with the countries concerned. Where necessary, we can investigate problems under the so-called EU trade barriers regulation, and where necessary, we can actually initiate disputes, trade disputes, enforcement action, legal enforcement action under our trade agreements with the countries concerned if their policies are effectively discriminating EU operators. But for this, we need the information. We have set up an instrument called the single entry point in the Commission, where you have the possibility to directly raise with the Commission information about barriers encountered. You are also doing this, of course, with your national authorities. I would like to suggest and encourage you to make use of these channels of communication, both at EU level and at national level, because for us, becoming aware of the barriers at an early stage usually means that we are better able to help, support, and solve these barriers before they really sediment into the country's regulatory framework. So how we organize a kind of regulatory watch function in third countries between EU delegations, member states' embassies, and third countries' companies and representative organizations is absolutely critical for doing more and doing better to solve more problems for you in third countries faster. There are many barriers in third countries. I think you said it as well. The world is full of barriers. Yes, the world is full of barriers, including, by the way, in some key sectors where there is strong Czech export interest. I'm thinking, for example, about the machinery sector, electrical equipment, electrical machinery, or motor vehicles, so the holy trinity of the customs chapter 84, 85, 87, which is a big part of EU's external trade and exports, and of the direct exports out of this country in particular. We're solving problems in these kinds of sectors in, with difficulty in many jurisdictions. Let me take a few examples to illustrate a bit the sort of work that we can do to solve problems. Take a country like Algeria. We had a whole host of problems and barriers which progressively we're dealing with. They introduced a de facto import ban on motor vehicles in Algeria. They introduced higher additional import duties in breach of the association agreement for a range of products, including machinery and electrical equipment. Now, progressively, and because we had to initiate a dispute under the association agreement, these things are progressively being solved. In a jurisdiction like Hong Kong, we recently managed to solve an issue of technical specifications for public buses that were in effect blocking exports of the environmental friendly buses that we are capable of exporting out of Europe. And we did this through structured dialogue, engagement with the Hong Kong regulatory authorities, who in the end amended the road traffic regulation that enabled us to continue to be able to export light buses there. In a country like Egypt, we've had all kinds of problems. For example, something like the introduction of a letter of credit as a payment condition for any import into Egypt. That was applying across the board, affecting all kinds of exports. We engaged with the Egyptian authorities in a fairly robust way, and in January this year we finally managed to remove that kind of obstacle. So there are things that we can do. In terms of results overall, if I take a little more macro view, and I'll end with this, we resolve about 30 to 40 of such barriers on a yearly basis with a whole range of third countries. That means that with the work that we're doing in terms of this market access work, the removal of barriers, if you take the removal of barriers over a period of 5 years, in terms of the exports that it protects or that it maintains, it's the equivalent of a small free trade agreement. So it's not negligible. This active effort in terms of implementation, in terms of solving barriers abroad, represents something economically in terms of the actual amount of EU trade that is preserved out of this. But again, and I will finish with this, we out of the Commission and even the national authorities cannot be effective in support doing this, in engaging, using the weight of the EU vis-à-vis third country authorities to avoid these kinds of not get from the stakeholders the right type of information at the right time. And I hope this kind of event today will help to create those connections in order for us to be more efficient and to have a trade policy that is genuinely at the service, as I was saying at the beginning, of all member states and caters for the economic interests of all member states in third countries under our trade agreements. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Našim řečníkům za
So I would like to thank the two speakers for their statements. I would like to thank Mr. Redone, and let's move on to the first point on our first session on our agenda today. So let's start with the first presentation. It is the presentation of the Access to Markets platform. So let me hand over to Timo Hammaren and Saul Golding, representatives of the European Commission, who are going to present online. So the floor is yours.
And I'm particularly working on the single entry point in the DigiTrade of the European Commission, and I'm joined online by my colleague Saul Goulding, who is a specialist in access to markets tool, and he will be shortly after me explaining a little bit more in detail and with some concrete examples how that tool works. But before that, I would like to explain you a little bit more in detail than what Mr. René already said about how the single entry point works and why we are providing this service to companies and other entities in the EU, including the member states. So, Mr. René has had his position since 2020. Around that time we understood that we have now negotiated our FTAs with most of our trading partners. Some big parties still left out, such as US and China, but we had already a massive network of FTAs in place. So the focus was shifting from actually negotiating agreements to also making sure that these agreements are properly implemented and, if necessarily, enforced. And this is why this position of Chief Trade Enforcement Officer was created. Now, of course, Mr. René is working very closely with the member states, with our third country partners, to make sure that they voluntarily, of course, comply with what they have signed for, so basically implement the agreements we have with them. But, of course, sometimes it doesn't happen, and therefore the EU companies face a number of barriers when accessing third countries. So there are these two, let's say, tools that were launched shortly after Mr. René took his duties. That's the single entry point for complaints that you can launch, and then the access to markets tool, which is more helping companies to export, provide all the necessary information for exports. So more details on the single entry point. So this is really a unique contact point for all EU stakeholders to report on one hand market access issues, can be increased duties, can be taxes, can be import licenses or similar measures against imports. It can be issues of procurement market, restrictions to procurement market, or intellectual property rights problems. There are very different types that can be addressed here. Or it can also be violations of sustainability commitments, because we have in all our modern trade agreements chapters on trade and sustainable development. So our third country partners do need to comply with those commitments as well in terms of labor rights, respect of international environmental agreements that they have subscribed to. So the single entry point allows individual companies, trade associations, member states themselves to file a complaint if they feel that there's a problem in a given third country. So what happens is that we can get directly a complaint through the complaint form that you will see later on our website, or you can contact us, for example, through a functional mailbox that you will see also later, explaining us that you have a bit of problem, but you are not quite sure whether there's really a trade barrier or not. So you can consult our experts directly in seeking advice whether it makes sense to file a complaint. That could be considered what we call it very often a pre-notification, that, for example, a company says that, well, there is a problem in country X. They just created this new customs circular, but it's not implemented yet, so I'm not willing to complain yet, but I want to already register that there's an issue there. So there are different ways to address us in terms of problems you are facing. So if you file this complaint, then we have a team of experts in the Commission, legal experts, experts on economic impacts, experts on the particular problems. Let's say it's a procurement issue, we have a procurement expert who will be looking at the details of these problems on your behalf. And of course then after the team of experts has finalized their work, they will explain the complainants about the outcome and follow-up actions. So basically, if you have a problem with your exports, first thing you should do when you access this access to market database, you have a link there to see if your problem is already a registered trade barrier or not. If it's already a registered trade barrier, that means that the Commission is already aware of it and is working on it. However, you may say that yes, this problem has been registered, but it has got worse since then. And there are new elements to these problems. Then you can file a complaint, and as a result, we are probably going to modify that existing barrier and again use this new information we have received from you in our dialogue with the third country. If it's an entirely new issue, then as I said, you can use the opportunity to do the pre-notification first if you're not absolutely sure that this is worth doing a complaint directly, or you can go through the complaint form directly and file it. Important to know here that the complaint form is not a legally binding instrument to you. So even if you would make a mistake there and you would say, for example, that the third country has introduced this new law and it infringes this and this article of the FTA with the EU, even if it's not true, nobody will be holding you responsible for that. So you should not be afraid of submitting information in the complaint form. It's just for us to have a maximum information to start our work, but we will be doing the legal analysis and taking responsibility for that. So here you see a screenshot of the access to market website we have, and it shows you that there is this. You can click these buttons first to check whether it's an existing trade barrier or not. If you click that one, then you will see a screen where you can choose all the trade barriers by country or by sector, and you will be easily finding if your problem is already registered or not. Or you can click the single entry point tab there, and then you go straight for the complaint form. And as my colleague Sol will explain, you see also many other options what you can explore there on the site. So we have basically two complaint forms available. One is for the classic market access cases, and another one is for the sustainability commitments third countries have. It's not only that we have the trade and sustainable development chapters in our FTAs, but we also have this kind of unilateral instrument we call the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP, that we are giving to a whole lot of countries. Usually the countries are still developing in terms of having duty-free or reduced duties access to the EUs. But GSP is also linked to the respect of sustainability commitments that these countries have taken. So on the market access complaint form, there's quite a bit of information you can fill in there, but most of them are voluntary, so there are only a few mandatory fields. But of course, the identity of the complainant. You can assess the legal basis if you can. I mean, legal basis on why the issue is barrier. You should try to give factual description of the obstacle and, if you can, the economic impact of such a barrier. Any actions that have already been taken by your own member state or your trade association or chamber, for example, towards the third country to address this issue. And of course, in the end, it's important that it's understood that any information you give us is treated confidentially, in a confidential manner. This means that we would never disclose the name of the complainant to a third country or even to other member states unless there's an explicit approval of the complainant that the identity should be revealed. We have cases like that when, for example, a big company really wants to solve an issue with a third country, and they say, please give our name as a proof. We can even provide all the invoices. We just want to solve this problem. But that's maybe less common than companies who prefer to keep anonymous. On the sustainability complaint form, of course, what is different here that we expect a description of the type of sustainability violation that is in question. These forms can also be filed by individuals, and of course we need a bit more understanding on how serious is the breach. So, for example, if we have a country like, I don't know, Uzbekistan as an example, who recently subscribed to GSP Plus, having ratified a number of international labor conventions and having actually eradicated forced labor in the country. If they would suddenly start using forced labor again, of course that would be a very serious breach of their commitments and could be then described. But this is of course purely an imaginary example. But otherwise the forms are pretty similar, and confidentiality clause applies to both. So a bit more here on the complaint form requirements, only a few mandatory fields, as I said. You are only asked to use the best available information you have. You don't need to hire a lawyer to dig into deeper on this until you launch the complaint. So we will be doing this work for you. And it is important to stress because we have so far no complaints from the Czech companies. So really encourage companies who have problems to give this opportunity to this team, quite a big team we have in Brussels, to follow up any issues you may have. So finally, it just shows a little bit the process, how it goes, how we handle the complaint. So first step, which is not necessary but it's optional, is the pre-notification, as I explained. Then we get the complaint. We create a case team of different experts in the Commission, not only in DG Trade. We can also involve experts from other DGs. For example, with the customs problem, we always involve colleagues from DG Customs Union and Taxation. So it's quite a substantial team that then will eventually, could be in a matter of weeks, or sometimes it can take months, depending on the case, they would come up with an assessment. Whether this is a barrier or not. And of course, at that stage, we inform the complainant what is the outcome of that process. So if it's not a barrier, then we explain the complainant why it's not a barrier, but what else could be possibly done, trying to, in any case, help the complainant in finding some kind of solution. If it is a barrier or sustainability violation, then we'll register it in a publicly available access to market database amongst the barriers, but again, the name of the complainant will not be visible. And then we start working on solving that barrier and violation. And Mr. René already explained a few ways how we can solve barriers. We usually start through the diplomatic channel. We use our EU delegations, the EU embassies in third countries to contact the government of the host country. We do use our regular dialogues that we have at least once a year with our partner countries, to put on the agenda of our formal meetings, trying to find solutions like that. If it doesn't work, then we can start consultations in the WTO if the country is a WTO member, or we can use either bilateral dispute settlement in our agreements or the WTO dispute settlement as well. In case of trade barriers, we have a particular trade barriers regulation that we can also use to solve trade barriers. So we have a number of tools at our disposal then to solve the issue. So that's about the single entry point. Then I would like to hand over to my colleague Sol Goulding, who's joining us online, about the access to markets. And at the end of his presentation, we can then have questions on both tools. Sol, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Please just confirm if you can hear me well ahead of me starting to speak. Yes? Okay. Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers and those in the room for inviting me to speak today at this Market Access Day. So as Timo has explained, my name is Sol Goulding and I work in DG Trade F1 alongside Timo. We today will hopefully give you a bit more of an understanding of the tools made available for you within our Directorate General. I will start by giving you a short overview in the form of slides, which I believe will be shown on screen, on the Access to Markets tool itself, followed then by a short demonstration in a live form of the tool. If maybe the slide could be made available on screen, I would be able to start. I just don't see it. As that's happening, I'll give you an overview of Brilliant. So the next one, please. So if you just jump to the next slide. So the portal actually was in 2020 established. We have, I think, through the dialogues of Denis Redonnet and Timo, been giving you a slight understanding, but the portal provides a single online tool for your information needed on your export, import, and also your intra-EU trade activities. Some of you may have visited the portal before and know that the information you may need for each agreement and product is there, either available through searching at the HS code level or at actually product name level. So it's quite accessible. The tool is built and aimed at providing the information in a very simple, non-complicated manner, meaning the information is practical and very, very easy to comprehend. And as both colleagues have discussed earlier, it is available in the languages of the union. So you would be able to, in Czech or in any other language that you may benefit from, access the portal itself. You can also do so in a mobile phone version, on a tablet or on your PC. So it is accessible on the go for you to access when you need it. If you just jump to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we built this there was a few different target audiences in mind when this tool was built, and for this target audiences are the ones that we try to aim our training seminars and our outreach events, such as the market access days, like what we are at currently, or at the seminars of yesterday, for example. We try to aim at the SMEs in Europe, companies in Europe, and companies in trade partner countries. Naturally, as well, another natural group to look at and to aim this tool for is the business organizations and associations. We have many colleagues joining our seminars from business advisory services, different stakeholder groups, promotion organizations, and these colleagues will further spread the information to their networks. And this is what has helped our tool to infiltrate and, let's say, reach over 5 million users. We have directly trained over 9,000. I would even say closer to 10, if not more. And this is actually a testament to our promotion outreach and also to the groups that we have targeted, because they are able to spread this much further. Next slide, please. Brilliant. So on the information, we have built it so that you can get an understanding of how you can export from your market that you are currently in, or any market that is of interest to you, to one of the 135 non-EU markets. We have a number of FTAs and partnership agreements with third countries, so you will be able to understand how to benefit from those. It also helps you to understand how to import. This is from all non-EU markets. If you want to understand how to import car parts or apples even from another country, you can do so on the platform, and I'll show you how to do it in a second. And it also gives you an understanding of our single market. So you can look at the neighbor countries and see how you may get into those markets too. Please, the next slide. So as I had said, we have a number of trade agreements. Here is just a bit of an infographic to give you an idea of the scope of such agreements that are in place, that are being negotiated, etc. You will understand through access to markets the provisions on the liberalizations for goods and services, the procurement, geographical indicators, investments, mostly covering all aspects of the FTAs. Next slide, please. I won't go too into detail on the slides of this because naturally we will go in a live format in a second. But this is just a bit the understanding of what the homepage looks like. It is done in a very simple manner with intuitive buttons, which you can press and explore through, as well as our main tools listed in front of you, such as the My Trade Assistant for Goods and ROSA, the Services and Investment Tool, Procurement, and the restrictions imposed by Russia and Belarus. This was a new tool that was added during the start of 2022 as a result of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. I'll show you more when we go into this website by itself. Next slide, please. You can skip this one, actually. You can go to the next one again. Very good. So, again, we will look at this in more depth, but this is just for your own understanding. When we look at, and how I have said before, you can look at the product code, HS code, or a product name. You can choose your source market. So you could say Czech Republic or wherever else, and your export market. This is a bit how we would start our search to understand the information that we would require from our product if we were to export it to an FTA partner country, to non-FTA, etc., etc. This is where you will understand all of the information you need. You can jump to the next one, please. Thanks. So on the menu today, as well as this lovely cake, we have the results that you will find out. So here you'll understand what tariffs are applicable, the rates of such tariffs, the taxes that are applicable to the product in the market that you are exporting to, the procedures and formalities for which you will have to contend with, the rules of origin, and existing trade barriers. And you will also understand a bit the trade flows, which I always say is quite interesting because, say, if you are looking at exporting to a new market, you can actually look at the statistics of the trade for the specific product, either by code or by name, and determine if this is maybe going to be a fruitful market for you, if there's a gap in the market, or if it's an oversaturated market, maybe you can hone your efforts in a different place. Okay, very good. So we have, as Denis Redonnet has explained, the Rules of Origin Self-Assessment tool, and we are the sole operators of such a tool. It is interactive. It allows you to understand in a non-legally binding manner the economic nationality of the product that you have, or where it is originating, and should these fulfill the requirements in order to benefit from the rules on originating products within FTAs. It also will give you all of the links to the specific legislations or rules or every chapters, everything. So you can really read and understand why a product is, which certain rules are affecting a product, etc. Please go to the next one. As I said, and as Denis Redonnet has explained as well, we have continuously tried to enrich the tool. So starting from the My Trade Assistant for goods at the beginning of the journey in 2020 to now a platform that has many tools that are useful for all aspects of business, from the services and investment tool, which was launched quite recently, the procurement tool, and as I had explained already, the trade assistant for restrictions imposed by Russia and Belarus. Further enrichment is envisaged and planned, so we will do it and gradually, and we will always promote and make people aware of such updates. Next slide, please. Very good. So we do actually have over 5 million visits, but so we're very happy to announce that. And again, so we do have more than 6,000 stakeholders. I would even hasten to say closer to 10. So you see that the engagement is very high with such a platform. What can I say on that? We are very focused on good amounts of promotion, but also, again, this is a testament to the use of our stakeholders of the tool, to people like you. Now, I just will quickly share the screen, if you don't mind, to give you the quick overview of the platform. It will take about 7 minutes. Can you tell me if you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Great, thank you. So when we launch the website itself, you will be, as I've seen in the slides, shown this platform. Now, should you wish to, you may choose any language here, but for the purpose of this, I will do it in English because now, so we will see here, you have a very nice video of Denis Redonnet explaining a bit about the platform and a bit about his role. And we have our most important features here, the My Trade Assistant for Goods and ROSA, our services and investment tool, which covers currently Canada and the United Kingdom, the procurement tool, which covers currently Canada and Japan, and the restrictions imposed by Russia and Belarus tool. So here you can look for your HS code or product and the country which may be imposing restrictions. Further than that, we have an updates box, so you can keep updated on newest features. Here you have an idea of the regional trade help desks for which we worked on, which give you an idea for the Eastern Partnership countries and the Mediterranean countries. We have the single entry point, our latest updates, our news section, and our intuitive buttons here. Now, probably the most important is just to give you an understanding of how to actually utilize the tool. And for that, I will type in the HS code for car parts. I then will choose Czech Republic, and I will choose to Canada, considering we have an FTA. I hope this is reflected on screen. Now, once you click search, you can understand here in the HS tree which exactly product you are looking for. So just for the sake of this example, I am looking for bumpers in the car parts heading. So under the chapter 87, we are going down to here. Now, should I want to look for bumpers, I can also type bumpers like that. And I will be brought to this area. So let's click stampings. And here you will understand the different tariffs that are applicable. Naturally, as we have the FTA with Canada, we have a zero preferential rate, but you will also get an understanding of the most favored nation rates, general duty rates. And these are all explained within the following notes, for which you can peruse. We will come back to the rules of origin, but just as an understanding, you will see the taxes. So here it's quite interesting because it will explain to you the differences of the provincial sales tax in Canada. And as Canada is a federal nation, each province will actually put their own level of sales tax on the product. So this could be different should you be bringing the product to, let's say Nova Scotia here, or Ontario, etc. When you go to procedures and formalities, we have a general section, which will give you a very big understanding of what will be needed, such as all of the different documentation. For example, I've just clicked here the Canadian Customs invoices, and again, it gives you all of the examples with links to the relevant understandings, even to the point of giving you an example of the commercial invoices, which will be applicable. Now, further to that, it gives you specific data based on the HS code or the product code. And this is, as you see here, only required for certain HS codes under certain chapters. This will always be changed and populated differently based on the HS code or product name that you actually input yourself. So if I put in HS code for apples, I will have a different specific procedures and formalities that will be populated there. As Timo has explained, we have a system for identifying trade barriers, and this is where, should a trade barrier come through the single entry point, this will be where we will see them, and you will be able to view what trade barriers are there for Canada, for example. And on the statistics, trade flow statistics, as I've said, I find this very interesting because you can understand the values, quantities, specifically from Czech Republic to Canada or Czech Republic to XYZ country, and also at the EU level to Canada. So you can determine if this is actually a good market for your product or not. Now, rules of origin self-assessment, we have our tool. As I explained, we are the sole operator of such a tool. It will allow you to determine if your product is originating in the EU or Canada. It will allow you to, again, in a non-legally binding manner, but it will still allow you to understand if it should or should not be there. Should or should not be originating in a certain place, which would allow you to qualify for the zero or the lower tariffs under the specific FTA that you have looked at. So for this one, it would be CETA based on Canada. Voila. So when you go through, it is a short self-assessment you may do yourself. And again, this populates based on the HS code or product that you input yourself. So for sake of argument and example here, you can just click, yes, my product is wholly obtained in the EU. You are a Czech producer producing everything with all parts made in Czech Republic. Therefore, it is made in EU. You can also, if you wish, read the rule. Gives you the link to article of CETA. Voila. So next slide, then next thing, you go here. You understand if the product complies with the following requirements. And again, let's just say yes. I'm doing this at speed a bit because just for time, but just to see, this is exactly how you would go through such a questionnaire. Again, as I say, you can understand more about territoriality principles here. If you don't understand what that means, you are linked to it. You can see about fungible, originating, accounting. These are all linked. You will be able to read about it. Now, based on the couple of questions that I've asked or answered directly, it will say your product is originating in the EU. Now, that is okay, and that is great. Now we'll have to understand how to document the origin of such a product. Now, again, you can go through this, but you can go through this and explain to yourself, okay, my product is of this value, XYZ, and it brings you to a final assessment, which gives you all the documentation. It tells you your way of transport bills, etc. These are all there for you to understand, and this is a very intuitive tool, for which will be there will be some updates coming, and it's again gradually being enriched. So keep an eye. We have shown you the single entry point, show you how to actually contact us, which in case you are believing you are facing a trade barrier, you may actually contact the single entry point here, as Timo has explained and as Denis Redonnet has explained. And how you do that is through the contact form. It's so very, very easy to fill out. What is mandatory is marked in red. You can actually see the details on how to operationally do such a thing. And we were there to help you on market access, TSD, and GSP. So here you are, you can click through the different ones. And like that, they are there. I just quickly will show you as well, you have guides on access to markets for exporting of goods or importing, should you wish. These are handy little infographics. You can click to a specific part. It gives you an idea of trades, specific promotion agencies, chambers of commerce. You can click into this and go through the different links of all relevant associations that you may need should you be exporting or importing. Here, for example, in Czech Republic, you are brought to the Customs Administration, for example. So you see, it's to that level of detail. You will also be able to understand the non-EU markets. and all of the FTAs that the EU has, over 40 with over 80 countries. You can look at this as a list of countries, A to Z, or you can look as a list of agreements. Second last thing I will do is our page for SMEs, which is a very useful site for the SMEs in your networks, giving you examples and contact information for many different associations. It gives you information on such trade fairs, on translation services, the different help desks that are available. They are all there. And very lastly, our events page. So for our next and upcoming training seminars, if you wish to learn a bit more in detail, you are more than welcome to join. We have yesterday completed our most latest in the series of seminars with over 700 registered. We had a previous one in the 7th of February, and we aim to have one again in the 3rd and 4th quarters of this year. If you wish to contact us on anything, you may do so on the Access to Market site. And again, this is the same contact form should you have a problem on market access or trade and sustainable development. This is all there. I really hope that was clear, and we can stay for questions and answers. I'll stop sharing now. Thank you very much.
Pardon. Děkujeme kolegům z Evropské komise.
Thanks to our colleagues of the European Commission. And now I would like to give the floor to the audience if there are any questions. So it seems there are no questions. Let me thank our colleague from the European Commission, Timo and Sol. Thank you very much. And I would like to highlight that that we've organized a training in the Czech language in respect of the access to markets, and there will be information also published on the website of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And now let's turn to the next point of the agenda. We would like to present to you a few tools which can make the trade with the third countries more simple. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Běhounek, the representative of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and we will provide you with the information. So let's start with the free trade agreement, and I would like to give the floor to you. So I would like to start this presentation with the general information of this FTAs. We've already heard about them, and we will hear about them more in the following part after the break, where we will discuss these FTAs with Japan and with Vietnam in details. So free trade agreements are the legally binding agreements where on the one side there is the EU as the whole, and on the other side are the partners. And the aim is to liberalize the trade. So why the EU negotiated them as the whole? It doesn't mean that the member states can't interfere. The member states are informed regularly, and these agreements are consulted with them, and of course their offensive and defensive interests can be reflected in the negotiations as well. These FTAs are agreed not only by the European Union, but also between the third parties countries, between themselves. And that's why it's important for EU to assure the better conditions for trading with the third parties to the European companies, to ensure the competitiveness of the European companies in the global market. So here you can see the map which agreement have been already negotiated, but also those which are under the process of negotiations. So beyond Japan and Vietnam, we can mention the agreement with CETA, with Canada, and one of the recent ones is the agreement with New Zealand, which is now under preparation for being signed. And the agreement with Chile has been finalized in the period of the Czech presidency of EU and will be signed in the nearest future. As regards the agreements which are under the process of negotiation now, that is the India, Indonesia, Thailand, and also Australia at this moment, as it comes to its final stage at this moment. Thank you. It's been already mentioned here, summarize of what these FTAs bring to the companies. So, if we do not mention the strategic and geopolitical benefits brought by this agreement, the main impact on business is that these agreements remove customs or quotas. They provide the free, the equal treating, including the access to the public procurement. They eliminate non-tariff business barriers, which are some non-standard requirements, as for instance, in respect of marking of the product and so on. And they also in fact, set up the dialogue for elimination of remaining barriers which maybe have been left there. Speaking about the figures, we have some data regarding the EU. As regards, for instance, the FTA with New Zealand, we can see that the elimination of customs duties will save more than 140 million euros to the EU companies. And as regards the data for the Czech Republic, as regards the agreement with Mercosur, it is the Brasilia, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay complex. And we can see, based on the data assessed by the Technical University in Liberec, we can see that the Czech exporters will save in customs more than 2.2 billion crowns, and in non-tariff barriers they will save 4.36 billion crowns, and in services 3.35 billion Czech crowns per year. So you can see that these FTAs are very important for us, and why we as the ministry are supporting them in the long-term perspective. So that's all from my side, and I would like to give the floor to my colleagues. So now I will give the floor to another colleague, to Veronika Andrle, who will speak about the system of the general customs preferences. So we will speak about the system of the customs preferences, shortened GSP, which is the business political instrument providing the developing countries the one-sided beneficial access to the market. So the aim is to use the revenues for the sustainable development and reduction of poverty. The principles are based on the reciprocity and non-discrimination. This idea has been already brought up in 1968 based on the United Nations Conference on Business and Trade, as well as based on the concentrate the most favors clause. So you can see that it's not the system of EU, and it's provided by other countries as well. So it includes more than 6,300 items and more than 176 independent countries classified as the developing ones. So as you know, as I mentioned, that this system is established on the recommendation of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and EU was the country or the association of countries which implemented these recommendations already in 1971. The aim is to support the developing countries and their strive for the sustainable development. So it's not only the business policy instrument. At present, we can say that this regulation is being revised because it's always adopted for the period of 10 years. This period will terminate at the end of this year, so there will be the necessity to adopt the revised version of this regulation. Otherwise, it would not be valid anymore. As regards its structure, the system consists of three regimes: the standard GSP, GSP Plus, and the standard regime is automatically adopted for the eligible countries with the low and lower and middle low incomes without the agreement on FTA. Today, there are about 10 countries, for instance, India, Indonesia, Kenya, Nigeria, Congo, and some others. This regime includes 66% of customs items. Out of them, 26% are the customs-free commodities, and remaining 40% has the reduced customs tariffs applied, and these are so-called sensitive products. This regime is also associated with the graduation of products. It means that if there is the right reasoning, the preferences for certain commodities can be cancelled. In the frame of this system, the countries also commit to enforcement of the international agreements. So here you can see the chart showing the main GSP beneficiaries. So sorry for these figures because these data are a little bit older, but the trends are similar even now, only the actual figures have been changed. So the main beneficiary is India, then Vietnam, and Indonesia. I would like to mention that in the frame of GSP, Vietnam doesn't have the priorities in the GSP frame because it has already signed the agreement on the FTA from 2019. As regards the Vietnam, it has the special incentive regime, which has the zero tariff for the 66% of customs commodities, but the countries have to record themselves for this regime. So the countries have to meet two criteria. It's the vulnerability, which is based on the share of import and economic diversification, and the sustainable development criterion, which means the ratification of the basic international conventions on the human rights and environment. 8 countries are in this regime, for instance, Cape Verde, Sri Lanka, Mongolia, Pakistan, Philippines, and some others. Looking at the chart, who are the main beneficiaries of the GSP Plus arrangement? So Pakistan has the greatest share here. Looking at the third regime, which is called Everything But Arms. The abbreviation is EBI, Everything But Arms, which is the system for the least developed countries and is characterized with zero customs tariffs for all the products except arms and ammunition. The countries also have to commit to implement and enforce the principles of the international conventions. This is very important for the poorest countries. So here are the main beneficiaries in 2018. Here are no changes have happened since that year. And now I'd like to show you the main beneficiaries of GSP if we take all the 3 regimes together. So we can say that GSP contributes to development of the trade of the developing countries. That's clear in the absolute and relative figures as well. So GSP covers roughly 70 countries with the GDP the level of 6 billion euro and 1.4 billion of employees. GDP is making their export to EU simpler, which in fact attracts investments, supports integration, and creates new jobs and incomes. The more than 16% of import to EU is the import from those countries, and it's increasing all the time despite of the reducing number of beneficiaries. So in 2018 the value increased by 16.2% versus 2016. So speaking about figures, it's from 158 billion to roughly 183.6 billion. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to mention the GSP also from the point of view of various sectors. As you can see, the sectors or industrial sectors, the most important sector is the textile, and it's followed by the footwear. Textile and clothing has a very positive impact on the EBA countries because thanks to imports to EU and inclusion of these countries into the EBA regime, the beneficiary countries can create a lot of jobs. So that's all from my side. I think all important things has been said already at the beginning by my colleagues Timo and Saul. So thank you. I would like to give the floor to the autonomous customs inspection and post to Mr. Urban and Bělohoubek.
Dobrý den.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I will follow up on what my colleagues have presented with presenting information on the autonomous tariff suspensions and quotas. As regards the content of the presentation, let me explain in general what the term autonomous tariff suspensions means. Then we will have a look at what requirements must be complied with for the system to be usable by companies. Then we will have a look at how an application for a tariff suspension is to be submitted, and then my colleague from the Customs Administration will talk about how the system operates in practice and where you can find some additional information. Let me start with the number of 1.2 billion crowns, which is the amount saved by the Czech companies last year thanks to the autonomous tariffs and tariff suspensions and quotas system. I would like to thank for this analysis to my colleagues from the General Customs Directorate. As you can see, the numbers have been growing. And in 2020, the Czech companies saved almost 800 million. 2021, it was over 800 million, and last year it was 1.2 billion. The system of autonomous tariff suspensions is a temporary suspension of the custom tariffs. Mostly it is reduced to zero. To 50% of the original tariff in case of sensitive products like those related to batteries production. Also, it covers components, which are dedicated for production and processing here in the EU. It can also be used for imports from third countries, from non-European countries and countries other than Turkey. The main condition is that the goods, the products are not produced in these countries, or not enough are produced on the European market. The key is to reduce the company's input costs, cost of inputs to production, to increase the competitiveness of the companies, and to increase value added, increase the number of jobs, etc. So it is a system of suspensions and quotas. So let me explain the difference between suspensions and quotas. This is related to the volume of production available in the EU and Turkey. If no such products are produced, we can talk about the suspension. It can be considered, and if the application is approved, the tariff is suspended regardless of the volumes imported. But if some products are produced but in insufficient quantities, you can get a quota which is related to the volume of imports. Whatever is above the quota is subject to the tariff. So in this way also the European importer is protected, but also the other countries can benefit from this customs-free import. So how can the application be submitted and how the system can be used. I have already mentioned certain conditions, but the amount of the customs duties saved must exceed 15,000 euro per year, which is quite a high number, but this does not cover one specific company, but the companies in Europe can pool to obtain this measure. So it depends on the volumes imported. Another condition is that it does not cover finished products. It covers a semi-product or a raw material processed in the EU. This is related to one of the objectives, which is to create some value added in Europe. Further, there must not be an exclusive trade agreement related to the product, so the measure must be opened up for any company that, for example, the company that applied, not only the company that applied as the first one, but any company that applies. Another reason for the application, the price of the goods in the EU is not a reason for the application. Of course, now we have high energy prices and other aspects which affect the prices, but if the goods can be exported for a lower price, this is not a lower price. This is not a reason to apply for the suspension or quota. And starting with this year, for obvious reasons, imports from Russia and Belarus have been excluded from these measures. If the suspension is approved, you can use it regardless of the applicant, but if the suspension is not valid yet, you must file an application via the Ministry of Industry and Trade or the General Customs Directorate. You can apply twice a year. Now the deadline is the 10th of August, and if you file an application by that day, the measure normally enters into force within in a year. So it means from the 1st of July next year. When you file the application, it is also discussed, considered with the task forces of the European Union, with the representatives of the Czech Republic as well, who can explain why the suspension is needed or any further details. Before handing over to my colleague, a few words about the form which needs to be completed to apply. It is available on the web page of the ministry. If you enter the keyword suspension, you will find a link. You need to specify clearly the goods, the products, also some general market, EU market analysis, why the product cannot be imported from producers existing in the EU, and also you should specify from where you would like to import the goods, from which third market. The form has a public and closed part. This is because sometimes, especially in the case of quotas, you have to present some communication between the companies to prove that the product is not available, and then you can designate such attachments as confidential, and that they will be treated as such. Also, I would like to mention that if you decide to apply for a suspension or quota, you also need to provide active assistance to us. because another producer from another EU country, for example, may contact us saying they don't like the application of a suspension or a quota on a product they are manufacturing. So then we need to enter into communication with these countries or companies filing objections. There are a range of other aspects which should be mentioned, but I would recommend that you look at the forms on our website. It can be quite tricky to complete the form, but we are ready to help you in case you have any question or you need us to assist you with completing the form. You can contact myself directly or my colleagues from the General Directorate of Customs, and at the end of the presentation you will see all the contact details necessary to contact us.
So I'd like to thank my colleague Patrick Urban for the floor given to me. As it has been mentioned, my name is Tamás Belahubek. I am the employee of the Department 21 in the General Directorate of Customs, which is the department responsible for implementation of the tariff and non-tariff measures. I will try to proceed in the practical issues. I know that you are representing the companies here who have their logistic departments, or you are using the spedition or transporter services. So for your information, I have prepared some slides showing how to apply for the suspension of the customs in the frame of the customs procedure. I'd like to add some information to what has been said already by my colleague, Mr. Urban. I think he mentioned some amounts which the Czech entities saved into the years 2020, 21, and 22, thanks to the suspension of tariffs in respect of certain products. If we speak in percentages, it will show you how, in fact, it represents the reduction of customs fees from 6 to 0, or when it applies to the products which are not so favorable from the for the environmental issues. The reduction will be from 6 to 3.5%. Another things which I would like to mention here before I turn to the issues of the Customs Directorate. The colleague said that there is the electronic form in the website of the ministry, but at present, together with the IT department, we in the customs administration strive to develop the interactive form which will even direct you or guide you what should be stated in which of the fields. And the third additional information I would like to mention here is that, as it was mentioned here, that the application should be filed to the General Customs Directorate or to the Ministry of Public, and then it's assessed, and the suspension of the customs tariff is approved if all the conditions are met. Here, I would like to mention that this suspension then can be used not only by the applicant himself, but also other entities which are importing this commodity to the countries of EU from the third countries. So, in fact, they can utilize the first application of the primary applicant, and they can just benefit from this suspension. As regards the role of the Customs Administration, or in other words, the General Director of Customs, in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the applicant, we have to specify precisely the product, that commodity, and it has to be allocated to the particular item of the qualified nomenclature. It means to the particular code of tariff. So if we speak about some commodity, we have the companies here which are involved in the automotive industry. If you take some part of the transmission gear, so in the customs tariff, it's as the component of the transmission gear. But if the applicant wants some suspension, he has to specify the particular parameters. The same concerns the chemical products, where it has to be really in detail in respect of its components, in order it could be clearly qualified that this product is not accessible in the Czech market. The second step is the control of the application and verification of the facts stated there. It doesn't mean that we do not trust the importers, but of course we have to work with certain data, and if the European Commission asks for the data, we have to be able to prove the data based on which the decision was taken. So if the applicant says that in 2022 he saved 16,000 crowns in the import customs, we are able to verify this information based on the cooperation with our analytic department. And the third important issue is that in the frame of the custom procedure, the customs bodies, when allocating this suspension, we can, in fact, approve the suspension. Here you can see the description of the particular tariff codes, how it is included in the tariff of EU. And as I mentioned, in all particular components, the technical parameters are specified, and the particular goods have to meet these particular parameters in order so suspension can be applied. Here, there is another screen. It's the regulation 235 from 2020, where you can see the particular technical parameters for particular products. As it has been mentioned at the beginning, probably you in your companies have the logistics department, or are using the services of some transporters. But when importing some goods and you want to apply the customs tariff suspension, the description of the goods have to correspond to the description as stated in the particular regulation. And of course, the goods have to also fit within it. Of course, the customs administration has certain tools how to verify whether the goods are corresponding to all these specifications. But in fact, the goods, when applying for the suspension, the goods have to be described in the same way as it is described in the regulation. Here I provide you with the information of 3 resources where you can get the information of the particular goods, particular commodity, and whether there is the tariff suspension already implemented. So the first source of information is the TARIC EU consultation, where you can find the tariffs. You can get the tariffs, and here in the last line, you can see that this commodity can enjoy the tariff suspension, and on the right-hand side you can see based on which regulation this suspension was granted. The second resource is the application developed by the General Directorate of Customs of the Czech Republic, so-called taric.cz. So the TARIC consultation of the EU is called TARIC EU, and we called our application TARIC CZ, because beyond the tariffs applied to the imports from the third countries, you can also find the information about the national measures, as for instance the VAT or the excise tax. The TARIC CZ has such an interface. If you look at it and if you enter the particular code and the particular country, you will see all the screen, and here is the information, for instance, that the particular tariff suspension can be applied. And the third information, piece of information is concerning the legal regulations of EU, which you can find in the EURLEX, and there is always the reference to the particular regulation or particular document based on which the suspension was granted. So speaking about the tariff suspension, we can speak about the autonomous tariff suspension and the general suspension for final use. As the name already says about the other one, the last one, it's related to certain admission. It's based on the column 3, column 36 of the Customs Declaration, stating the code 115. So it concerns the fact that if you ask for the final use suspension, you have to apply for the permission of the final use of the product, and so then you get this permission. Then you have to prove that you really used this component in, for instance, the transmission gear. So both these criterion has to be met. But as regards the autonomous tariff suspension, it's enough to comply with the description in the tariff code, and to apply the suspension, you have to refer to the particular, and you have to state it in a particular field of the customs declaration. So always, when importing something, you have to fill in customs declaration. So if you apply the autonomous tariff suspension, you will state code 110 to the field 36, and if you apply the general suspension for final use, you will state code 115 there. And if this suspension is granted, then the zero customs tariff is applied. As regards the last slide, this is the important contact, and here you can find all the links, so you can find not only the electronic form but also the manual how to fill it in, and you'll find also the particular forms and particular cases when the suspensions have been implemented. Then also there is the information from the website of European Commission, where you can also apply for being included into the mailing list. And then you will get the information of all the actualization or upgrades even by email, and also you can contact us directly on the addresses stated here. I would like also to mention that there is the sheet which has been sent here over this room, through this room, so you can enter your email address there, and we will include you in our mailing list, and we will then send you always in regular period some actual information. So now, thanks to our colleagues. Now there will be a short break for refreshment, and we will continue at 11:30. So thank you for your attention at this moment.
Angličtina. Tak už postupně můžeme začít další část dnešního dne. Ještě počkáme, až kolegové všichni dorazí.
So we will wait till all the attendees take their seats and we can start the next part of the program.
Tak děkujeme.
I would like to thank to everybody for staying with us for the second session. We will now talk about the free trade agreements. I will be your host now, and specifically we will look at the Japanese and Vietnamese markets. The EU has a free trade agreement with both of these markets. So the question is, what benefits arise from these agreements? So this is what we should learn during the next two sessions. So let me introduce now Laura Vlachova from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, who will present the key information about the Japanese market. Eliška Benešová will add information on digital commerce, e-commerce, because it is part of the trade agreement as well. Also, we have with us the European Commission representatives. So, Beatrice, are you with us?
I don't know if you hear me. Do you
hear you? Perfect.
You hear me, but I don't see you. I cannot see the room, or I cannot see the meeting. So
we'll fix it in a second.
Okay, I can hear you, I can listen to you, so it's already good. Thank you.
Perfect. So the connection works. Thank you. Pardon, teď mi...
But first of all, let me welcome our distinguished panelist who accepted our invitation, Mrs. Alice Tomášková from the Czech Chamber of Commerce and Trade in Japan. Unfortunately, our second panelist, a representative of the Morris Moore Company, could not accept our invitation, which is a shame, because we could hear information from a company that is trying to enter the Japanese market, but I still believe that Mrs. Tomášková will give us a lot of useful information. Okay, so let's move on to the presentation. Eliška, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm Laura Vlachova from the territorial section of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and I am here to present information about the FTA between the EU and Japan. I would like to extend my thanks to the European Commission, with whose assistance the presentation was developed. First of all, I would like to present Japan and why it makes sense to be active in trade with Japan. Then I would like to focus on bilateral relationship and the benefits arising from the FTA. And finally, I would like to present the key sectors which we consider perspective. And then I will hand over to my colleague who will present e-commerce. And finally, we will have a look at the trade barriers in Japan. So first of all, let me say why Japan is important in terms of trade. It is an important and perspective partner in many respects. It is the fourth biggest economy globally. Its GDP is between 4 and 5 trillion US dollars. To compare it with the Czech Republic, our GDP is 15 times lower. It is our second biggest partner in Asia after China and the 18th biggest partner globally. And it is also the second biggest foreign investor as regards the value of investments. Japan contributes to our foreign trade with 60%. 6%. And also it is a partner which provides many opportunities for foreign trade access based on the WTO rules. And in this respect, it has agreements with other partner countries and regions. It has many trade agreements which especially cover Asia. They are bilateral and multilateral agreements, for example, with the ASEAN countries within the Trans-Pacific Partnership or RCEP, which is an Asian regional partnership which includes China, and also it has a partnership with the EU. Another reason why Japan is interesting to us is that it is a very well-developed market and it's very densely populated. It has the 12th biggest population in the world, and it has a high proportion of rich, wealthy households. Japan is known as a complicated market, difficult to enter, but even in this area, it is developing rapidly, and the Doing Business Index, which assesses how friendly the market is to foreign trade. Based on this index, it ranks 29th. The Czech Republic is the 21st country globally. So 41st, sorry. As I said, it is a difficult, demanding market, but once you have entered it, you can use it as a reference for other countries, many other countries in Asia or the Asian and Pacific region. It is a very stable country economically and politically, and it has rich trade and cultural relations with the Czech Republic. EU and Japan, these two countries are very active in their mutual relation, and this activity is reflected in the need to adapt this relationship, to modify and regulate them by way of international agreements and initiatives. So we have an agreement on the strategic partnership between the EU and Japan from 2019. Also, we have an agreement on the digital partnership, which was entered into last year. And it covers a range of areas of digitization as shown on the slide. And also we have the economic partnership agreement between the EU and Japan, which has been in force for over 4 years, so the 5th year now. And the benefits arising from it will be presented later. Japan is a key partner to the EU. It is the second trade partner, second biggest in Asia, and the sixth partner as regards the exports, and the ninth partner as regards imports. It is also important in terms of direct foreign investments, and what is also important to say that EU and Japan together make up for about a quarter of the global GDP. So now about the agreement itself, it has been very ambitious and the outcomes from the negotiations were very good. First of all, it is the 99% customs liberalization to Japan, and this represents 100% of the trade volumes. The agreement also regulates or covers a range of trade rules, like the removal of non-tariff barriers. There is a strong chapter on sustainable development, a chapter on the liberalization of procurement and investment, and better access to market. It was also beneficial in terms of vehicle exports, imports, because the European and Japanese standards were harmonized. Also, we can now use customs quotas, regulatory cooperation in terms of offshore wind turbines, etc. The rate of usage of the agreement is increasing, as you can see on the slide, in terms of the preferential utilization rate under the agreement. Also, you can see the rate of tariffs removal, 100% of imports to EU within 15 years, and it's 99% within 15 years to Japan. And the rest will be covered by the quotas. This table shows the increases in the imports and exports of the EU and Japan between 2021 and 22. You can see an increase of about 13%, and also the percentages covering specific products. This is a similar chart which shows the development of trade in goods in billions of euros. In 2019, the year when the agreement became valid, this was the year when it became valid, but the year 2020 was the time of COVID restrictions, so the trade volumes declined. But in 2022, you can see a total increase again, both in exports and imports. Now let me move on to the impacts concerning the trade between the Czech Republic and Japan. As I already mentioned, that Japan is our second largest investment. So it's our second largest investment partner, and since the moment of the FTA, the import and export has been significantly affected. Although the last year there was a small reduction in the decline in the volumes. So what are the main items? Electric equipment. What we are importing: electric equipment, personal cars, passengers cars, machinery, and equipment for the production of energy.
engines and their components and electronics. The Czech Republic perceives some of the sectors as prospective ones, namely those ones to which the Japanese government orients its support. It's mainly the sector of aerospace and aircraft industry, also defense and security industry. We consider it as a very perspective area in respect of the development in the world. Also, the research and development and new technologies, especially in the area of the renewables and ICT. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague who will tell you something about the digital trading. It means the e-commerce. I will cover the e-commerce now. So, agreement on economic partnership between EU and Japan contains quite ambitious chapter concerning the e-commerce. It covers such things as the licenses or access codes, and also the commitments as regards the data safety. There was the clause concerning the move of the data. So it says that within 3 years the country should assess whether such a clause is needed. So now the Commission is negotiating this data, these rules. Data are very important for the companies, and this provision should simplify the move of data, so it will remove some protectionist barrier, for instance, the requirements for localization and so on. So it also concerns the assurance of the secured environment for the users. So this has been already mentioned here that there is the digital partnership agreement, but there are also the principles of digital e-commerce which have to be negotiated. These principles aim at harmonizing the approach of both parties and the way how they approach and how they consider the e-commerce. And at the end, I would like also to mention the negotiations which are run in the WTO organization regarding the e-commerce. Both parties, EU as well as Japan, are involved in those negotiations, and Japan is now holding the presidency of WTO together with Australia and New Zealand. So it is the territorial negotiations. So not all the members of WTO are involved in the negotiations, so anybody can be involved there at this moment. So the negotiations are running. Now I would like to give floor back to Laura. Beyond the fact that the agreement aims at removing the barriers preventing the market access, there are still some barriers remaining. So that's why, based on the agreement, there was the joint committee established, and they meet once per year, and the two areas are covered by this committee now, because it's the sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So it causes the prolongation of the access to the market or the difficulties in access to the market. And there is the principle of regionalization missing instead of the ban on export, which would be applied to all the countries. That applied, for instance, to the bird's flu or the African plague of pigs. Another problem which is problematic still is that there is no single entry point for public procurement existing, and that's why the companies have a problem to participate in the public procurement procedures. And that's why we ask the countries to inform us of such cases, because there is the need of some common approach. So we would like to ask the companies to provide us with all the information, and if we get this information, then we can proceed in resolving the matter in the frame of the committees working in cooperation with EU. We would like to thank Laura and Eliška for their presentation, and in order not to keep your time, I'd like to address the European Commission. Beatrice?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Laura. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can speak.
Now I don't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, now I can hear you. Hello.
Beatrice, do you have anything you would like to add, or from your side?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you now.
I think there is nothing to add from the side of Commission, if I understood correctly.
Yes, thank you. No, it was a detailed presentation, and thank you for that. Very informative, yes. Thank you. Nothing to add.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tím pádem se tedy rovnou obracím k paní doktorce Tomáškové.
So, at this moment, I would like to address Mrs. Alice Tomášková, who is present here with us, if she can present some practical experiment in trading with Japan. And probably I could raise the first question, and it is, what main benefits you see arising from the FTA with Japan? So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alice Tomášková, and today I am representing here the Czech Economy Chamber in Japan. Thank you for invitation to this event. As regards your question, to place everything into the context of the companies, because I am running business in Japan, I have the question to audience. How many do you think there are Czech companies located in Japan, having their branches there? Well, how many do you think? Well, 27. Excellent. Excellent. 50? The lady in the third row said it right. There are 10 Czech companies. This is the number of companies which invested. This is the figure 2 years old. Yeah, that's true. Well, roughly. The first year, if you want to have a branch in Japan, according to Japanese law, you have to have a Japanese resident there, somebody who lives in Japan. Of course, the Czech can get the visa, but it has to be the local Japanese resident there. If you want to employ 3 persons, which is, I believe, absolute minimum, it's not so difficult to establish the company in Japan. It's a question of a few weeks, maybe even days, if you know how to do it. But you have to invest about 300, 400,000 euros, which is your 1-year investment for the wages of 3 people. Well, you know, it's more bureaucratic in Japan because there have to be several legal entities involved. But the wages will be the greatest share of your expenditures in Japan. And in our country, in the recent years, let's say, the wages have grown up. But in Japan, the wages increased plus minus 3%. So the wages are not increasing there for about 30 years. Well, you have to put everything into context, so because these are the figures which are difficult to find. So now I'm finally turning to the answer of your question. So we have 10 companies of the Czech Republic operating in Japan. And how many Japanese companies are operating in the Czech Republic through their branches? Well, I will not keep your time. Roughly 270. Most of them are involved in automotive or electric industry and IT. Well, I will not name the companies because you can find the information. So, how to approach it from the point of view of the economic partnership agreement? I know that the Czech Republic, Czech Embassy really strives to make the Japanese market more closer to our, more visible to our companies. Well, whatever we take, for instance, the food industry is quite simple. We, as the Czech Republic, we always used to be the industrial developed country. We have a very close relation to Germany. But speaking friendly, what we always say when we go to Foodex, which is the one of the largest food fairs in Japan. It takes place always in March. Czech Republic supports the visits of our companies to this fair. We usually have the Czech stand there. But me and some other colleagues are assisting the Czech companies to get into contact with the Japanese distributors and producers. There are also some other fairs, but for instance, the feedback from this year's Foodex is as follows. As there was the COVID pandemic, everything was running online. Japanese did not allow anybody to enter their country. We had to stay closed there or closed in Prague. But this Foodex this March was the first one. It caused a great interest.
So the feedback given to Czech companies was as follows. So Japanese distributors, Japanese producers were saying, we are looking for organic products of all types. Cosmetics, tea, but now we are talking about food. So they were looking for organic products of all types. They have an enormous demand for these products, including tea, for example. And when this was not possible directly, there were big Czech companies there. I'm not going to name those. But during the negotiations, it's been mentioned or told that Japan would buy not the finished products because they do not particularly like those, because you have to match the Japanese taste. It is really difficult, and the Czech company has to develop the taste, and then the Japanese partners approve that, etc. So they don't want the finished products, but they want to know when we buy the semi-finished products. So that was where they succeeded. So not in terms of the finished products, but there are negotiations, discussions now on exporting these components to Japan, for example. So this is the reality of the Japanese markets, organic products. Japan is eager to receive these products. This is what they like a lot. And they know that in terms of quality, the European standards are very strict. That's what the Japanese like. Their standards are not so strict in many aspects. So this is where we could operate, where we could be active. And I believe that here in Czech, there are some companies which could comply with these requirements. Another chapter of Foodex, where traditional Czech producers of wines, beers, etc. And I would suggest that you make use of your funds, of your investments when you attend a fair trade. So it is no secret that in Japan it is not enough to just arrive at the fair trade and build the stall. This is not enough. What is better? Or stand, so to build a stand. What is better is to arrange for meetings with your potential buyers or customers. It is not easy. You have to be able to speak Japan, but this is a thing which has a solution. And if you do not that, you have no chance. You can display your products, but you will not succeed unless you have some luck. And again, the fair trade is only one part of the whole problem, of the whole process. You need to start negotiations up front. Attending the fair trade is good. You show that you have the resources, the skills, but you have to follow up on that. And do you have an idea how long it takes before you can deliver the first container, in case everything goes on ideally, which is in the majority of cases it is not true. It is not ideal. So how long do you think it takes? Well, ideally it would be within a year. So you have a product, you have all the specifications, and the Japanese party says everything is okay. But what happened to us was that in dealing with the distributors or negotiating with the distributors, the Japanese partner told us that the composition of the product is illegal in Japan. So nobody else realized that but the Japanese partner. Of course, the company could replace the component, but if there is any problem like this, the whole process may take 2 to 3 years even. Well, this was really very interesting experience from the Japanese market. We can see it is not easy to penetrate the Japanese market, but there are opportunities there. Now, I would ask the audience here in the meeting hall whether you have any questions or any experience with the Japanese market, anything you would like to share with us.
Maybe I'd like to say something. I'm Beatriz from the European Commission. You hear me?
Yes, Beatrice, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, I just want to reinforce the points that were made by Alice, and we encourage you to make use, of course, of the advantages of the European partnership agreement with Japan, the reduction of the tariffs, to make use of the preferential utilization rates, because it's also by making use by businesses that we can improve also the application and the implementation of the free trade agreements. So yeah, also I wanted to say that there is the EU-Japan Center for Industrial Cooperation that sits in Tokyo and also in Brussels, and it gives business support to small and medium-sized enterprises. It has help desks, for example, on public procurement, on tax, or on technology transfer. So this offers, help and information on how to do businesses in Japan. You could also profit from this. Of course, we have the instruments of the Access to Markets database and the ROSA tool, in which companies can also check what are the conditions for exporting to Japan, what are the rules they have to follow. But I want to emphasize that it's with the help of the businesses making use of the agreement that we can make the agreement work. And if you have any concern, it's also advisable that you contact, for example, the European Commission as well, and to explain your concrete problem, because we'd like to know what are the main obstacles and do the best to help you to overcome the obstacles. So yeah, if you have ideas also on how to profit more effectively from the FTA, it would be good to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. This is, of course, a relevant point. And paní Tomášková ještě by chtěla něco dodat.
Ms. Tomášková would like to add something. Of course, we have a community of Japanese companies here, but what the Japanese people really like is Czech yogurt of any kind, not to mention the brands. But long before the COVID, there were some negotiations, and I hope they will go on. They like Czech yogurt, they like our sausages, our meat products, and this has other connotations because in Japan this has a special taste, special flavor. For example, the Japanese yogurt is very sweet. As regards sausages, salamis, they add a lot of sugar there. So the Japanese people like that, even though they live outside Japan in the long term. So this might be an opportunity for some operations, for some activities. And I know there already were some negotiations previously with Czech meat producers. Yeah, I believe you have much more experience, much more information. But now let me ask if there is any comment or question from the audience. If not, let me thank Laura, Eliška, Mrs. Tomashkova, and also Beatrice from the European Commission.
So much. A tímto bych uzavřela blok k Japonsku.
And by this, I am closing the block, the session on Japan, and we are moving to Vietnam now.
No. Takže já se
Tak, přesouváme se k Vietnamu.
So we are turning to Vietnam. Maybe not all of you participated here since the early morning. Just for information, we are recording this event and it will be displayed on the website of the Ministry of Industry and Trade. So now I would like to welcome our colleague Michal Prokop from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, who will speak about the benefits of the free trade agreement between EU and Vietnam. At the same time, I would like to welcome Mariela from European Commission. Mariela, can you hear us? Yeah?
Yes, I can.
And I would like also welcome here our guests, the panelists who accepted our invitation, Mr. Andrzej Czerny from Škoda Auto and Mr. Lukáš Martin from the International Department of the Union of Industry and Transport of the Czech Republic. And now let's turn to the presentation. Michal, you have the floor. Thank you for introduction. And I would like to introduce to you some basic information concerning the benefits of the FTA between EU and Vietnam. First of all, let me to thank the organizers of this event, DG Trade, and the Vietnamese Business Department of the Vietnam Embassy for cooperation. I would like to split this presentation into three parts. The position of Vietnam in the frame of the developing region of Southeast Asia. Furthermore, I will speak about the perspectives of the relations between EU and Vietnam and the FTA, the benefits of it. And the third part will focus on the Czech-Vietnamese trade and the impact of the FTA on this area. And I will finally close my presentation with the business opportunities which we see for the Czech Republic. And I would like also to present some action plan for the development of our cooperation with Vietnam. Vietnam is sometimes called as the new Asian tiger. which is caused by the development of Vietnam in the recent 30 years. Vietnam development can be proved by the numbers. In the moment when Doi Moi started, the GDP was about in 1990. GDP was about $100 per capita, and if we see the actual GDP of Vietnam, it's 413 billion of American dollars, which is twice as high as the GDP per capita. Also, GDP per capita is higher compared to Philippines, for instance, and it's expected that it will overtake Indonesia as well in the nearest future. The dynamics of the development is roughly 7% of growth per year, and as we consider the position of Vietnam in the frame of ASEAN, it seems to be the prospective market on which many foreign investors focus. Other important characteristics of Vietnam is the young population. 2 months ago, Vietnam reached more than 100 million of people, and the middle class is growing. And the benefit of Vietnam, or advantage of Vietnam, compared to China or other developed countries in Asia, the costs of labor are still very low. Also, the expenditures to education are increasing annually. And what's important is that Vietnam is a very stable market as regards the political and economic situation. Vietnam is a very open society and very pleasant place for traveling. So if you still plan your holidays, I can recommend to go to Vietnam. Economic growth of Vietnam is also reflected in the enhancement of the economic relations with the EU. The volumes of the trade between EU and Vietnam has grown 5 times in the recent years. And today, Vietnam is the most important business partner of EU in the frame of ASEAN. The free trade agreement has been agreed or signed. It's the most complex FTA which EU signed with the developing countries. It was signed in 2019 after roughly 7 years of negotiations and entered into effect on the 1st of August 2020. Together with that agreement, FTA, the agreement on the protection of investments between EU and Vietnam was signed, so-called EVIPTA. It has been signed on the 30th of June 2019, but it has not come into force yet because it waits for ratification. 13 countries have already signed it in EU, including the Czech Republic. So we are waiting for the remaining ones. What are the main principles of the FTA with Vietnam? Sure, the removal of customs tariffs, which applies to roughly 99% of the commodities, and the remaining 1% will be treated with local quotas. Then it's there is the opening of market to services. There is a very wide chapter on sustainable development, opening of Vietnamese market to public procurements, and it also creates certain platform for the solution of possible disputes and search for the solutions in the dispute between EU and the Vietnam. As regards the removal of customs tariffs, when this agreement came into force, 65% of EU export to Vietnam has been liberalized, and 71% of the Vietnamese export to EU. And the remaining ones will be eliminated within 7 or respectively 10 years. Each of the items is liberalized in a different way. For instance, machinery was liberalized immediately, but as regards, for instance, the import of vehicles, it will continue be developed by, within 10 years. In order, there is a supervision of enforcement of this FTA. There has been the range of the executive joint bodies established as for various areas, for instance, for the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and for the detection of the goods origin and so on. So thanks to these expert committees, which operate under the auspices of European Commission, great agreement, great process has been made in respect of the implementation and enforcement of the FTA. For instance, the rules for determination of the product origin has been clarified and agreed. For instance, another thing, it's been agreed that the EU member state certificates will be accepted in Vietnam. For the Czech Republic, the automotive production is very important. The Vietnam eliminated the barriers determined in the past in the agreement. So it has been agreed that starting from August 2020, a new act on transport will be adopted in Vietnam, and it will comply to the regulations of the Annex 2.b of FTA. You can look at it in the text of the FTA. So it's been agreed that the non-tariff barriers will be eliminated and no new barriers would be implemented. Furthermore, the expert committees also follow the new measures implemented by Vietnam, for instance, in the area of cybersecurity. In Vietnam, there is a new act on cybersecurity, which entitles the government, Vietnamese government, to provide, entitles the Vietnamese government to request from the companies provision of some sensitive data related to their activities. And the Committee for Cybersecurity follows this data and takes the necessary recommendations in this respect. What is the benefit of FTA between EU and Vietnam? In the years 2018-2019, we saw that the trade was growing for about 5–6%, which concerns both import and export. If not taking into consideration the 2020, when the COVID was ruling the world, in 21 and 22, we can clearly see that this agreement brought the benefit and to the trade, and nearly 20% in export, and last year even more than 30% in import. The similar trend can be seen also in the Czech-Vietnamese trade, when we really noticed about 15% growth of both import and export. The Czech Republic faced the problem that the Czech Republic faces the problem that we are importing 23 times more products from Vietnam compared to versus our imports to Vietnam. So it has to be changed. Here we can see some examples of the successful Czech companies operating in Vietnam. Traditionally, the Czech companies are successful in the defense industry, in mining industry, in healthcare, as well as in the environmental technologies. In the future, Škoda Auto project will play an important role. This project will be presented by Mr. Černý from Škoda company later on. But Ministry of Industry and Trade also intends to focus on other sectors and areas which were not supported so strongly in the past, which concerns, for instance, energy sector, because in Vietnam, the energy sector is now shifting from fossil resources to the renewables. Interesting could be the development in petrochemical industry, as Vietnam is planning to expand its production of gasoline or other products based on crude oil, this may concern, for instance, the storage capacities in petrochemical industry. What could be interesting for you is our action plan. Our minister visited Vietnam in February. The Prime Minister visited Vietnam in April, and both these visits were accompanied by the business mission. For the next year, we plan the next meeting of the Intergovernmental Joint Commission for Economic Cooperation. And we also plan to participate in some fairs which will be held in Vietnam. For instance, we want to participate in the Viet Water Fair, which will take place in Ho Chi Minh City.
Potřebovali.
So If you want to add anything or ask me a question, I am ready to answer. Thank you for the presentation. Now I would like to ask Marianela whether she would like to add anything.
I think the presentation was pretty exhaustive and I had contributed to it. As my colleague just said, Vietnam is a growing economy and our trade flows are increasing exponentially. However, our balance, the EU balance is negative, which is a good sign in a way of diversification and of the success of the agreement, but it also recalls from some rebalancing, and therefore it is good there if business will let us know any obstacles which they face in the exchanges, so that we can help solve the situations and substantiate also our démarches with the government in Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mariela. And nyní se přesuneme.
And now I will switch to Czech, and we will move on to our panelists here. So first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Lukáš Martin. I would ask him if he can introduce himself shortly and tell us something about how his association views Vietnam. Thank you very much. The Union of Industry and Transportation is involved with Vietnam on several levels, and we want to support exporters, which is our core focus. So we want to support the government to enhance their institutional and organizational support given to exporters. Talking about the institutional support, I mainly mean the staffing of our embassies and missions, and also the services of the Czech Export Bank, EGAPO, and things like contributions for displaying products, etc. And our biggest effort is to achieve that the diplomatic support is mentioned and embedded in all Czech strategic documents, and I believe that we are successful in that, because the support to the interest of Czech exporters does exist. As it has been said, Vietnam is an important market, but not only because of the size of the population and the strategic position, but also because we have traditional relations with Vietnam, and for Czech exporters it is easier to target Vietnam than China or Singapore. And this is obvious whenever we travel to Vietnam with our entrepreneurs, because sooner or later, even at the top levels, we meet people who studied in the Czech Republic, for example. And this must be made use of, because the people are in their 50s or 60s, so the situation will change soon. So there's a window of about 10 or 20 years when we will be able to use that for our benefit. Now, as regards the free trade agreement, its importance consists of eliminating the non-tariff barriers, but also other barriers like the certifications, for example. The FTAs support mutual exchange of students, tourism, and other additional areas which contribute to the mutual trade between the two countries. Therefore, it's a shame that the European Union is successful in negotiating new FTAs on the one hand, but on the other hand, these are not always ratified. But with FTA, there's this temporary implementation, but where it is problematic, it's the investment agreements, because these have to be approved on the national level. And if you have an investment agreement agreed in 2019 and approved now by only 13 member states, we can see there is an issue. But nevertheless, it is important for the European Union to promote the FTAs, the investment agreements, to explain people, not only us, businessmen, but all people, what the benefits of FTAs are in terms of enhancing trade, in creating jobs, and increasing the people's welfare. So thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Now let me hand over to Mr. Černý from Škoda Auto, who will present their operations in Vietnam. He will say to what extent they are successful, and also we will be happy if we will be able to hear some information about how FTA helped you. My name is Ondřej Černý, and I have just assumed a new position in Škoda Auto, where I am responsible for all the company's activities in Vietnam, including the perspective for development, not only in Vietnam, but also in other countries. The direction which we took was started in 2019, and the highlight was reached last year when we signed an agreement on cooperation with a local partner, the Tang Kung company, and we intend within a few weeks, in September, with their cooperation, we intend to establish the Škoda Auto brand in Vietnam. And at the end of 2024, we would like to launch cars productions there. We would like to import products or components from India, where we found some strategic partners. And the perspective of Škoda Auto operations there is really good. So we want not only to launch production, but also to attract other suppliers from the Czech Republic and the EU to localize our products there. We want to achieve a 40% rate of localization, and to be able to export our cars from Vietnam, which would be the highlight of the operation. All that is necessary. Why have we chosen Vietnam? The market have several positives. It is economically strong, politically stable. It has a well-developed legislation, and there is a demand on the market, which is an important aspect. The market wants to be developed, and they want to achieve better future for Vietnam. The total automotive market, there is 350,000 cars. This is the 2023 capacity, but even next year we are talking about 1 million cars sold on the ASEAN market. The car density is 24 cars per 1,000 people. In Czech, it is 350. In Germany, 400. So you can see there is a gigantic potential there. Looking further at the next slide, you can see our plans here. In 2 months, together with my colleagues from the company, we will be launching the brand on the market, saying Kodiaq and Karoq cars. Now they are imported with high costs. The existence of the FTA has helped us in many aspects, but in 2023 we are paying 49% customs duties, and in the years to come it will be reduced continuously. But we are looking for good options for our presence on the market. And we are also dealing with the non-tariff barriers to be able to find some synergies between Czechia and Vietnam, because only the certification of our cars in Vietnam, achieving the authorization to place it on the market, is very difficult. In future, we would also like to bring our flagship, the Superb and Octavia cars there. But as I said, now we will be launching Kushaq and others. And also, I have been addressed by high-level people in Vietnam to bring electric vehicles there. So the first one will be Enyaq. And please believe me, Vietnam does not have a fixed legislation as yet regulating the usage of electric cars, but I think it will change soon, and electric cars will be not only sold but also manufactured there, and we want to be ready for that. Now, localization.
It's a very nice term, but very important term. I've already mentioned it to Mr. Minister when he visited Vietnam, as well as to the Prime Minister. I would like to thank them both for their visits and the support, which was really very beneficial. But let's support Vietnam, being the Czech Republic. Let's support Škoda Auto. And I would like to invite the Czech suppliers to develop the business in Vietnam in order we reach the shared goals, in order the Czech Republic has the good reputation and position in Vietnam. As I already mentioned, my target and the target of Škoda Export is the export of Vietnam to other countries. I know these countries quite well. It can be Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. You have to have the local production, otherwise you can't be successful. I believe that after that experience which I have to bring the products there through very many frontiers and not having the local products there. So that's why we decided to turn to the local production to Vietnam. And if we have sufficient production and supply chain base there, we can afford the expansion to other South Asia countries. And Škoda Auto has really bet on one of the best producers of cars in Vietnam, the company Hong Kong. And I believe that we will find together the solution how to expand over the frontiers of Vietnam. But in the next 3 years, we will focus just on Vietnam, establishing the brand and the network of dealers. And that's the perspective we see in Vietnam. Just for you to know, we plan the sale of 4,000 or 5,000 cars the next year, but the goal which the Škoda Auto board determined to us is the level of 30,000 to 40,000 cars per year, which is the goal which I strive to reach within 3 or 4 years. It will be a hard task, but The market is hungry. It has been already mentioned here that the middle class is growing there, and that is really the great demand growing. That's my perspective. The perspective which I have gained up to now, the experience which I have up to now, but it's very positive. But if you want to develop business in Vietnam, you have to be there. If you think you could manage it from Prague, you have no chance to succeed. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Cherny, what barriers you see for entering the market in Vietnam. If you have any maybe recommendations, if you have any tips. My tip is to find a local partner. You know, to develop business there as the separate, independent Czech entity is really impossible. It's really good to find a strong partner. For me, it's also important to have the support of the Ministry of Industry and the government of the Czech Republic, because that opens the doors to you. And of course, you need to have good contacts to local authorities. It would be good if I could speak Vietnamese, but I've rejected that idea. But to be in the market in Vietnam with a local partner and together with those people, together with Vietnamese, to be at the moment when the business is being created and generated. Then they will respect you as a partner. Yeah, thank you. I would like also to turn to Mr. Martin. What opportunities you see there as the union of business and union of industry and trade? Well, Vietnam has the weak transport structure, environmental structure. Water treatment plants are missing, incinerators are missing, healthcare structures are missing. There is insufficient capacity for the production of power, electric power. So all this gives the possibilities to supplies of the Czech goods and technologies. And it's good that Vietnam has managed to overcome the impact on COVID pandemic. And the growth in 2022 reached more than 8%. And as regards, that's a good potential. And as regards the sectors, sure, there is a great potential of the energy sector. 2 years ago in Brno Fair, I was speaking about the plans of Vietnam to continue in the fossil resources for energy or power production. But now, as I studied the newest documents, I noticed that they've abandoned this plan, and they plan to use the renewables and biomass. And by 24, the growth, the share of the renewables should represent about 50% of all newly established capacities. There is also the National Strategy for the Development of Digitalization and Industry 4.0, and it plans the increase of the share of industry in GDP to 30%. So the growth of the digital economy will bring many opportunities to the Czech companies. For instance, in the sector of cybersecurity, digital banking, applications for e-government or implementation of automated systems for in industry, in public transport, and so on. Defense industry, that the chapter for its own, the new security threats for Vietnam, the endangering situation in the South China Sea. So Vietnam will have to modernize its army. The waste treatment industry, healthcare industry, all these are areas where, for instance, we can develop our traditional, furthermore, develop the relations from the past, because in 60s or 70s we built up a lot of hospitals there, and now these hospitals will need reconstruction and refurbishing. So there will be great possibilities, and there is the great potential for our companies to be involved. And we are very happy that Škoda Auto, as an important member of our association, builds the important center there in respect of the automotive industry development in Asia. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor to the audience. Do you have experience in trading with Vietnam, or if you have any question to our panelists or to our experts? So the floor is yours. Don't be afraid to raise your questions. We still have time. So I see the question from Michal Prokop, our colleague here. It's true that Vietnam is a big country. The Czech Republic name is known better in northern Vietnam compared to southern Vietnam. So I would like to ask Mr. Černý, as regards the Škoda Auto plans, whether the strategy for the northern and southern Vietnam is different. No, it's identical. It's identical. The marketing is based on the Vietnamese values and the values of our company. Well, I'm saying me, but I mean Škoda Auto. We will open the first dealer's office in Hanoi, a dealership in Hanoi. Then there will be the dealer in Trang, which represents about 10% of the total sales in Vietnam. And the next, 1 week later, it will be in the Ho Chi Minh City. So it will depend how fast it goes, but the approach to customers is identical in all the regions. And how the cars will be sold, how the cars will be allocated to particular dealers, there we will have to adjust ourselves to these differences. But I believe that as the new generation is coming to the active age, we don't see such a big differences between North and South in this respect. Are there any other questions from the audience? I don't see anybody applying for the word, so I would like to close our discussion. I would like to thank all our guests or our panelists and also the representatives of European Commission, as well as the employees of European Commissions who have connected to us online. And now we are coming to the final end of our events. So just few words of thanks on our behalf before we move to the lunch.
Poděkovat za dnešní den, za vaši účast.
We would like to thank you for your participation today. We would like to extend our thanks to all the panelists and to the European Commission for co-organizing this event. And now let me hand over to Mr. Otashimak, the head of the Trade Policy Department of our ministry, and by that today's event will be closed. So I will be short. We have reached the end of today's event, and I would like to thank you for your participation and attention. I would like to thank for all the speakers representing the companies, associations, or the European Committee. I believe that the information that you have learned today will be useful to you and that your companies will benefit fully from it. I would also like to thank the European Commission for presenting the access to markets platform, which is a unique tool for the European companies as regards the information concerning access to market. And we would like to thank the European Commission for operating and continually developing the platform. I would also like to thank the interpreters who provided the translation into 2 languages today. It has been emphasized many times what benefits can be expected from arising from the FTAs, not only in Japan or Vietnam, but all third country markets. And there is no doubt that foreign trade is the key to the economic growth and prosperity of the Czech Republic and the whole of the European Union. Therefore, I would like to assure you that we, the Czech Republic, will continue to promote the principles of open trade so that Czech companies and all European companies can be successful globally, and so that the trade barriers to access to third country markets is improved. The Ministry of Industry and Trade and our colleagues from the General Directorate of Customs, we are all ready to cooperate with you in case you have any questions following up on today's presentations. Do not hesitate to contact us by email, formally or informally, today during lunch, which has been prepared for you in the lobby. So I am not going to hold you here in the meeting room, and I wish you a good rest of the day. Have a nice day.